Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. I hope you guys are having a good day. Welcome to not Minecraft today, because I have low impulse control. And I saw, well, I mean, everybody saw, oh, spooky. Okay, thank you, playlist, I think. I don't know. Um, yes. Uh, the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe came out yesterday. And I love the Stanley Parable a lot. Like, even though it's been like over 5 years since I originally played it, it was one of my favorite games. I have not opened this game except to verify that it opens on my PC. And I've looked up how to get the extra content because I know it's just a re-release of the base game as well. So, today, we're gonna see if we can get to the extra content. So if you've never seen the Stanley Parable before, played, you'll be fine. You'll get to see like the base game because you can't access it right away anyways. And we'll figure out if we can get the extra content because I want to see the extra endings. Because Stanley Parable is like just a really fun game. Like it's just a fun experience, and if you've never played it, I'd 100% suggest just playing it. Nice shark thing. It's a shark. It's a Foolish Gamer merch item that I really like. I like this beanie a lot, actually. But we dispense with the creepy music, which is just Outer Wilds music, and we play the game. We play the game. Actually, I think the last person I saw play the Stanley Parable was Foolish. So, fitting. I didn't even think about that. I must have subconsciously picked it. But we play the game. We don't take much time. We play the game. We play the game. Are you ready, chat? Oh, the volume is loud. I might be able to change the volume settings later, so I'm just gonna hope it's good. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Put it all the way to the top. No, we'll leave it in the middle. I'm ready. I don't need friends. I don't need friends. They disappoint me. Hi, Dark Leonard. This is random, but Trader Valkyrie, I just need to know, it's important to me what texture pack to use for Minecraft. I use the normal texture pack. The only difference is I use some vanilla tweaks, but not many. It is 630. Also, welcome in. I hope you're having a good time zone. Note, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Thank you, game. Ah. Ambience and sound effects. I know this is really quiet for you guys right now. I need to adjust my volume. And then I can adjust this back up. We use BSL shaders a lot. I use the complementary shaders. If I'm using shaders, I use specifically complementary. Which is very nice.
This is the story of a man. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is that I don't know how low that is for you guys. I think that's super low, and I don't want to turn everything up.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
That one's fine. Is this a horror game? No. Okay. We'll adjust this on the fly again if we need to, I guess. Okay. We begin the game. Oh! It's so much. Okay. Begin the game. The end is never. You guys will see what it is.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the
Oh gosh. Sam Pineapple, thank you.
orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Is that better?
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete
MJ!
isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I use any pronouns. I'm sorry. It was just MJ saying, I just know Stanley doesn't get bitches. That was it. Hold on. You know what? Let's just leave everything at the top and see how it goes. Okay. So the point of this game is there's a narrator who says things. And you listen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
They're gone. L plus ratio plus mainless plus touch grace, which I still read as touch grass. 420. Nice. I hate Mondays. It's Thursday though. So also this is this is a spoiler for if you have never played the deluxe edition. This is also just like a general message. This is the door that it's either this one or that one, but it's one of these two that will change once you've unlocked the extra content. So
when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think we should enter the door on the left. Homestuck. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passively aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Use slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and something environment. I know a lot of percent. Teenagers. Size of demographic. Space between the teenagers? Okay. Why is there space between the teenagers? I can't jump. Jumping not allowed. Do not alter without consulting the whiteboard manager. Did somebody die? Group planning. This box is too small. Office party. Nice. Okay. Broom closet?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here,
Oh,
so he
okay.
turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okie dokie, narrator man. Also, hi, McVibe. bathroom up here? Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss shows. Why did somebody paint that on the wall? Extreme bathrooms. Am I punching the door? That sounds like a punch noise.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
This is such a tall
unraveled,
room.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
It's
What
an
dark
elaborate
secret was
hoax.
being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin
I
number.
used to know that pin number.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known that. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Now it feels like a backrooms horror game. In here? It's another bathroom. That would have been funnier. Oh, we're just loading now. Hi, everybody.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Man, why do I feel like this
question
now?
would not go unanswered for long.
Oh, that's nice. That's not nice. I don't like it here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Man, I wonder what I've felt like for all this time, and I definitely don't need to escape through that door that's labeled escape. I'll just look at this mind control facility. Look, a button. Button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know if I have the strength to find out. All I know is press button.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true
104.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Wild. No thought, press button. Exactly. We don't think here, we just press buttons.
This mind
There's
control
two that have been
facility,
fired.
It was too horrible to
That one's a
believe it
pirate.
couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his
There's a
boring
pirate.
job? That his emotions had been
Pirate.
manipulated to accept it blindly?
Pirate. Oh, elevator.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
Pirate.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I don't think at
Had
all.
he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Probably.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
You're not giving me many instructions on how to do so, but I'm assuming that if I turn off the power, I'm free. So let's turn off the power. No more mind control. Oh god. You Among Us, man.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Is it over?
Yes. He had won.
I
He
won the
had
game.
defeated the machine.
You've won the game, chat.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Oh yeah, no, I solved
Where
0
had his
puzzles.
co-workers gone?
The
How
moon,
had
maybe.
he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other
The
mysteries did this
story.
strange building hold? But
Many.
as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
30 minutes
For
stream.
it was not knowledge or even power
No.
that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No
Look, a
longer
house.
would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
Is this
It
Skyrim?
was perhaps
Is this
the only
Minecraft?
thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I want it to be completely open. Okay, narrator man.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path.
Wait, is this
before
just a
him.
block in here? This is
was
Skyblock?
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ta-da! We're playing Skyblock now, chat. So, technically, that is the freedom end. However, I'm gonna do this. This will look weird. Just understand that I'm doing this for a reason. There's some advice that if you just keep replaying the game like that
This is
and
the
you
story of a man
don't
named Stan-
actually like go back to the main menu, the new content stuff won't happen. However, we do have to do a couple of playthroughs through this because you need to, apparently. So this time, chat, what do you want to do? You guys want to leave the room or do you want to sit in here? Arson? I don't know if there's an arson option. Nothing? Oh, I can just walk right through that chair. Let's do the maidenless ending. I think that's most of them. We sit? We can definitely sit here and hang out. Hi, chat. Today we are Stanley, and we do not leave our room. Wait, can I close the door? Perfect.
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Yes.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Yes.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now,
Yes.
this will end.
Soon.
He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I'm kidding. Like, there's no wrong answers. So what do you want to do this time? Go to the 2 doors and then never make a decision. Actually, where's
All of his co-workers were
door
gone. What
430?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
There is an achievement for that.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Yeah.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind
2,
of effort
3,
that warrants
4,
recognition.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'm not even counting.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay. Where's 417? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just gonna keep clicking until he...
Great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437? Where? What? Okay, this way. No? This one.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay. 420, nice. I need 415? Is this one?
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay. This one.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine.
Copy machine.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Are we? Are we getting somewhere?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
How?
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okie dokie.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Okay, narrator man.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now. What were you thinking?
I still really like that one. I remember, because you can see like the achievement list. I remember the first time I played it, I was like, what is this? And I went on that wild goose chase and had no idea what was happening the entire time. So which way do you want to go? Now jump out the window? Is there an open window? Where? I don't think I can go through the void that is the window. Yes, you can. Which one? Clover, how? No, go back. Okay. This? Jump on desk 434. I'm getting a lot of commands. Oh, this one. Can I get? I can. Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
I've never done this
He then
before.
praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
I don't.
Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Oh my god. No. 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 No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you
Nothing.
think it would have been particularly different?
No.
Would I have taken the same idea but
Yes.
rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Yes.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place.
I don't know
Oh,
what I'm
now
thinking
think
about at
it.
all.
Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
None of us are
Well
lucky,
now,
chat.
I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Okay, so we're gonna... We have to. Hold on. No, we have
All of
to.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
It's fine.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No,
At
because I'm
first,
in the
Stanley
void.
assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its
can't
insightful
jump.
and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yes.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible
Okay.
and see how long you can maintain.
I'm ready to sit here. Guitar.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
I feel called
What
out.
Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is
Did you
in
just
this
call me
parable
dumb?
and lives an existence quite terrible.
Yep, Bratham.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Bratham. Also, hi Panther. Welcome to I am going to let this game just be miserable, I guess. It's put Anne to sleep. Maybe I should leave the white void. But also the bit. My cat is eating my dice. Should we leave?
Stanley will never give you up. Never never gonna let you down. He'll never gonna run around and desert you.
So chat, this weather, huh? Ah yes, the weather of the void. I don't think there's an achievement for staying, so we're just gonna quit to menu and come back again. There's an achievement, oh god, in this game for not playing after starting it for the first time in 10 years. Yes, and I actually should have received the achievement for the original game because I haven't played it for 5 years. And that's the original one for 20 nice.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
Not
office,
everything,
but
just
it
this
didn't make
door.
a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I think the problem is that I've switched computers a couple times and therefore don't have it installed, and so it just didn't like it. So we haven't unlocked the new content yet. So let's do a different playthrough.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So shall we go right? Shall we go to the right? Should we ignore him every single time now?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ah, yes.
Ah, yes.
I'm
Truly
admiring
a room
it.
worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No thanks.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Yes,
I
you
realize
are.
that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that
I
the
could go
story
over
has been
there.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Fall?
stop trying to make every
Do a flip?
decision by
Parkour?
yourself.
Okay.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No. To be. Or not to be. Also, I will blink, and I will stretch, and I will drink water. And then we'll ignore the narrator some more. Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley walked through the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley walked through the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley walked through the blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
That
And
corner's
in the end,
glitchy.
it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Mm-hmm.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours.
No.
What would have made this game better?
More
What did
blocks.
you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Yes.
Work with me. You've given me
Blocks?
absolutely nothing so far.
Blocks?
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you give me
Blocks?
some feedback.
Block game?
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
But I don't know what 1 to 5 mean. Average.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
Fuck you,
Any level
narrator.
of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good?
No.
Think we can do that?
No.
Yes? Wonderful.
No.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Is it blocked? It's got it. Good old Neil. Okay, I'm gonna go through this again.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No.
Again, honest answers, please.
1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been
New
working
game?
on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give
New
it some
game,
playtesting.
new game,
You wouldn't
new
mind taking a
game,
look at it,
new
would you?
game, new
Perfect.
game.
Let me boot it up.
Minecraft.
In this
Nope.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
Okay,
So
who's
why
ready
don't
for a
you give it
really
4 hours
long
of play
stream?
to make sure it's effective? Be sure
Or-
to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter,
I want
I don't know what to
Minecraft.
do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
Blocks.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your
Okay.
input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's
Yes.
game?
Yes.
Just to ease the
Minecraft?
pain.
Minecraft?
Let's see.
Minecraft.
What do we have here?
You got games on your phone? You got games on your phone? A
Yes,
noble computer
this
entity?
Seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Please tell me it's the Minecraft one. I know that there's one that has Minecraft. Whoa.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
This is just Firewatch.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted,
Okay.
erotic purpose.
That's not how the game goes,
Yes,
but that's
that
okay.
must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's
It just
even
says
more.
Firewatch
Come,
over and over and
let's
over
venture
again.
outward and see what else is out there.
That paper, that's the Minecraft door noise. What's the Minecraft door noise? Also, Firewatch is a lovely game. If you've never played it before, would highly suggest it. I mean the real game, not this. Where's the give me the radio?
No, it can't be.
Freedom.
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Yeah.
God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
No, we're in the
Okay,
woods.
I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Can I have
Preferably
Minecraft?
something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
I want to play
walls.
Minecraft. I feel like I could sneak through here.
Okay. I think this will be just the thing.
Okay. Is this Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
Okay.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There
I
isn't
wanna be a
any
car.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now
wanna be a
this
car. I wanna go
is
beep
game
beep.
design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm gonna go sit in the goal. There's no ball on the field.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
We beat car, we go beep beep.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
We play the
I see
cars
that
in
there's a ball of
here.
some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yes.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Okay. Oh, we go so fast down the hill. Nyom.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable... Hold on. What are you doing?
Down.
Stanley,
Ooh.
don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
L.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have...
Ha. Oh. A fallen down place. Oh, these are numbers higher than our office numbers, too. Welcome to the back rooms. These could definitely be the back rooms. Oh, wait. Do you got games on your computer? I wish they had games on their computers. My office. Time to hit buttons. I'm hacking. I'm in. Into what? I don't know. That was... What is... You got computer on those games?
What he found.
I don't know what I
If what he
found.
wanted was to be the leading man in his own
Is
story,
that a
well,
story?
perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
I've
I
got
wonder if he's
games on
happy
my
with his
computers.
choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him.
Nope.
He needs me.
Nope.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end.
Nope.
To make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion.
I'm fine.
That's who I am.
We're good.
That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
What if I just closed the
Once
game
this
now and started
ends,
playing
after it all
Minecraft?
comes to a close,
What if I just said
then I'll
no?
be back.
Mm-mm.
The end will be here soon. Very soon.
I don't like that.
I can wait.
Can you? Can he, though? Okay. Can we play Among Us
All of
on
his
Minecraft?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We done it, chat. We found the new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
We're going on a ride for new content. I actually haven't seen this. This is all new to me.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Okay.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Mm-hmm.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley
More
Parable,
game.
delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Paper. Wait, can I climb up this? Can I go anywhere from here? I can't jump. Means nothing.
Okay, so far it's an elevator.
Yeah, it came out in
Nothing
consoles
special
too
yet,
when they did
but I'm
this.
sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here?
It might be broken.
Should we be moving somewhere? Or,
Oh, there it goes.
There we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I like these
I have to
walls.
say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I'm ready. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, I can actually jump in the game. This is the best news I've had all day.
Is that it?
No more jumping.
Surely that's not all the new
Ah,
content.
look.
There has to be
Elevator.
something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Not
it's just
positive.
elevators and jumping. Is this
I
what
like
causes
jumping.
exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary.
Please
There's 20
do so.
hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Why is there a bridge? Okay. Perfect.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
This man is
If you're still
single-handedly
with me,
calling
why
out
don't we
every
just
single
reset
game
the
company
game,
ever.
And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Mario painting time. Nope. Can I read the paper? No. Somebody's got some errors on there, though. Yeah, they need to do some copy editing.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Do I go in the vent? Or do we go that way? Go to see the gremlin? Vent is sus. We're playing Amogus.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What the fuck? Is this a cult?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The Last of Us, they just put over it Stanley Parable. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. It's got postcards. The original remake. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words, the Washington Post. The researchers identify 24 words whose sound and meaning has survived the past 15,000 years. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business Review. Business bloggers at Harvard Business Review discuss a variety of business topics, including managing people, innovation, leadership, and more. TechCrunch.com. Good times. And it's just pictures from around the map. I wonder if this changes depending on the number of endings you've gotten. I've been trying to get to Route Village's new guardian there. Didn't go too well. It died expanding the tunnel for the boat because I didn't realize the boats are bigger than one block. A piglin killed me. I lost my silk pitch. Oh no, Panda. Oh no. Smile because it happened. Oh god. A dollar bill. The first dollar bill they got. The demo. The achievements. I don't have this one. The last time I played the original Stanley Parable was in 2016, so theoretically I should have that achievement. I just don't. Nominee. Nominee. New video game releasing today. Nominee. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. A man. In loving memory of little Stanley. No! Was there actually a little rodent named Stanley? Hi, Shelby. I want to sit on the bench.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
Women.
Every game
Women.
ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's
This
no
is a
games at all.
shrine.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk
This
with
is
an hour of new elevator content.
Portal. Where's the There's the Minecraft level. I like that level. The fun one. Person of the year. I don't know how to read. A person playing the game. A car. More pictures. I want to hit the button. No, it's up there. I can't hit it. Your number is 29. It could have been
Here's
6.
another moving
Carpet
passage,
textures.
this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of
Oh,
beloved
that's so
video
nice that they
game
changed it. Also, good
memories.
night, Abe. That's so nice that they did that. Wait, which door opened? Can I get up there? How do I get there? Let me in. There's no jump. Serious room. There's gotta be a way up, right? Let me just run face first in these boxes for a minute. No? How do I get in? Let me in! Anna's snoring so loudly. Can I go out here? Can I?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
A soda machine. See? It's fine.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game
Steam?
distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Let's look at
I
them.
can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
For sure. Yeah, definitely. Oop.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Stanley Parable, Shelby, is a game where you are presented with choices, and you can either listen to the narrator, who is the guy that talks over this, or you can ignore him and walk away. But also, Minty, good luck. I will see you in the VODs. Hi, VOD Minty. I hope your day is going well and that the wife is better today. Steam survey. Steam review, not survey. Review. I hope your wife gets better.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is
Yeah, you
good,
get to gaslight. It's very
for
fun.
someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
You're preachy.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
You
My
are.
goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Yep.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well,
Yeah.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, my guy.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you,
I don't
with
wanna hit
just
the
push of a
button.
button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
What?
But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture.
This is like
It
listening to
went
the guy
on for
in
nearly
Sneak's Crime Time video
10,000
today.
years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be.
This is like talking to
Only thing there
MJ
is,
sometimes
how
in
many
chat.
billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth.
The
until
monologue is
inevitably,
different sounding after
until
the third
end of
repetition.
time, at which time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
Can't be just yet.
Until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It
Impossible.
went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday.
Just
here and
yesterday,
there,
Shelby.
forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left?
How
until
many
so much
billions?
More than forever ago.
No, I know,
which
it
is
says
why
the
I
loop.
say, the story and the choices, or what have you.
I can't.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes.
Frozen?
But it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
I want to do it again.
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
You can't.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me? Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything.
He's not even here. We're free. Was he gonna break up with us? It certainly sounded like it. Ow. Stop. No.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review.
I think
and
he's
make
bitter.
all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us. Now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency. It's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley.
Oh, it's quiet again. Oh, it's very quiet again.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never
Oh,
the
I think
end,
he's broken. I think he's broken. I think he's broken.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Oh, he broken. He broken. He broken. He broken. Do you think we're underwater right now? Do you think this place will flood and that we'll die? Oh. Hmm. Okay. Oh, nice. We got some vegetation growing. Oh. Hmm. It's fine. Oh. Oh. Are you gonna come back, Button? No? Off into the sands we go. I can't skip.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end as never the end is never the end as 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 never the e.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
That's different. New content. Let's go.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content. Okay. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Testing 2 printers at the same time. 2 phones.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement
Data drink.
right there.
Okay.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I'm not gonna lie, this reminds me a lot of Amazon offices. I want to go in there. I don't want to go through these doors. Although there's not enough desks for it to be like a normal corporate office. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. True. Facts. What happening? Sequel. Old and busted. New hotness. More TSP. Better TSP. Win-win. 1, 2. The color red. Leverage. Holistic value. Paradigm shift equals synergy. Oh god. Client to client. Oh, client-centric marketing. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it here. 2 Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Who took the red marker? Me. No, I left. Prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is a sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2. I hate it. New features. A bus. A fake red carpet. Wow, Coco, chat, you're coming with me? I'm going on an adventure.
Here we are.
Oh god.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
March! Wait, no, focus. Hear your name in the game? I don't want to go in there yet. Don't walk into things. No screenshots. Red is the new orange. The baby is all grown up? Oh my god. New updated ray traced more of the same but in a good way. Oh my god. This is open air. You don't get locked out unless you go upstairs. Thank you. That's always like, this is why I'm terrible at these games. Sometimes we'll bucket. I live in fear of it closing a door on me. Okay, I guess we go hear the name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim.
I don't want to be
really
Jim.
Simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I
No.
promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping
I
and
go
waking
to
as
my
Jim,
office job.
falling in
Beep
love
bop
and
boop
being
beep boop bop
heartbroken
beep
as
boop.
Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
What the fuck?
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so,
No.
then please step forward and press the button.
Do my dreams have to crumble for me to be Jim?
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
No, I don't want to.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
No.
Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would
What
actually
the
save me the
fuck?
work of finishing this feature.
No. I saw the new content. Merch. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Hold on. Because every time there's something like this, to scan the QR code. Let's see if it scans. Oh my god, there's an actual website. What? There's an actual website. Chat? There's an actual website. That's hilarious. It's just StanleyParable2.com. That's so funny. Yes, 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 yes. This is a video game by a company that I trust. If you see a random QR code out in the wild, don't. I don't think there's real merch, but there's definitely like an actual website. It's a joke website, but I don't want to go up there. I want to go back here. Collectibles. Achievement? No. Jump circle. Wait, okay, so this map, free achievement, button says the name of the player that's playing the game, merch, settings world champion, and then the bucket I think is like the way out. I don't know. Epilogue. I don't know what's happening. What's up here? Collectibles. Jump circle. Jump circle. Jump circle. Jump circle. Jump circle. Jump circle. Jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley
Jump
Parable
circle.
2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
The fuck? Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Why is it so sketchy?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I want the achievement. Why'd it put me in the basement? Give me achievement. Give. Dumb. I like the basement. Okay.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
It's a whole process. It's really complicated to get the machine to work. I don't want to spoil anything. Is there a hint down there to how it works? You can't do it right now? I wish I could commit arson in this video game, but Stanley can't do a lot. Also, hi, Edgy Bubblegum. I hope you're having a good time zone. Time depth. Time like infinity, distant path. Distant space-time, distant space-time. Falling. I shouldn't fall into this, but
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I shouldn't fall in the hole. But I'm gonna go in the hole.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
What if I don't?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Nah, I'm
Maybe do it
good.
on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? It's infinite.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in... Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Can I do it again? Yeah.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly
like
what
it
you're
here.
doing right now, but forever.
Yeah, it's comforting.
There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared
But
for
this
you.
goes
I
forever.
really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them.
No.
How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on.
Yeah, you can
Who
make the theories.
actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty
You
deep.
mug.
It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Meeting at 2
Things got a
p.m.
little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind
Just the
us and
two
agree
of
to
us.
just call the hole
We can make it if we
mostly
try.
infinite? If that works for you,
What?
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
What if I...
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you
It
this time?
did.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, I'll go to the top again.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Nope, let's go.
I really do. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
It's definitely shorter.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
Are we going to go to the
Let's pop that
top?
up to the top,
Yeah.
and we'll see
yes,
if it gets
yes,
any shorter.
yes, yes. We brought the
Well, there
narrator
it
with
is.
us.
The shame of my lie has come to... How is this still appealing to you?
Hole.
I know you're obsessed with holes,
I'm
but at
in
this
the hole.
depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
I'm in the
You
hole.
just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try
Nope.
it again.
Nope.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
Raise it up, raise
I'm
it up,
out.
raise it up.
Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
I couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's
Nice.
a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
This is great. I don't know what he's talking about. I can't get out, can I? It says change your perspective. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, so there's a new button that's called change your perception, and that's the G button. Change your reality? No, I'm good with this one. Should we change our perception again, or should we change our reality? I don't like this one.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's strong.
What? I like this one. Nope. What's happening? I'm changing my perception. Oh, we go with this one. I like the crow noises. Applesauce. Yes, let's change our reality. Change yourself? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, this one's fine. Puppies!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
What? Huh?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this
I was
hole is
having
just so darn
fun.
fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
It's all
So
dream
how about
sequence.
if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Can I go down again? Game, please. Yes. We sleep again. We go back into the pit. Oh. Wait, no, I want to...
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Yes, try the new features. Try new features. I want to see if we can get the funky music and the puppies. I'm not doing... Oh, why would you take this away from me? I can't do it. Can I get the achievement now? Give me the achievement. No. I want to get the funky music and the puppies and the upside down Stanley. That would have been the best combo. I just didn't think about it. I missed the hole. What's up here? Settings World Champion. That's new. Mostly infinite hole. What's this?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
The end of the what? What else haven't we seen? I think the resurrection bucket, reassurance bucket. What's this? Office decorations?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Office
I think that in the new
decorations.
version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
None. I'm good. Ooh. Wait. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Fuck you, narrator. The fuck?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Collectibles. I want to go back to the hole. Can you find them? No. Oh god.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This is a cult. Oh. There's 6? Shit.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
6. Shit. Where are they? I have to find them now. They're in this area, aren't they? Have a good lurk, Blossom. Please yell at me if you see Stanley figurines, please. We have to look everywhere now, don't we? Down over there. They're in the office area? Oh, God. In the whole room? Me going back over there to check, like, it could be there. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm doing fantastic. Wait, in the office area is in like the office decoration area, or are they elsewhere? Like back. The others are in the office? So like when I continue on the game, the original game area? Shit. This is now just gonna be my life. Okay, we go look at the settings. Okay, I can hardly keep my eyes open. Have a good time zone, Panda. Get good rest. This was settings world champion. Not real. It's not real. Whatever it is, it's not real. I can't. Ah. I hate it. I'm sure there's a way in there. I'm not gonna find it right now. But I think we've seen almost everything. Let's look at the list. Okay, I've seen the epilogue, I've seen the infinite hole, I've seen all the collectibles. I've seen the office decorations. I haven't seen the reassurance bucket yet. Let's go look at the bucket. Bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Bucket.
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
Can
and
I have
your
the
heart.
bucket?
It's true.
I would like
As
the
long as you
bucket.
hold on to the bucket, the many
Bucket.
disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable
Bucket.
will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
I would like the bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance
Bucket.
while the bucket is in your arms.
Wanna
And to
hold
be
the bucket.
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than
I want
actually
the bucket.
redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Bucket.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Fred
the
Homestuck, I'm
bucket
not
is the
comforted.
perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket. Bucket.
Comfort
Can you
bucket.
feel it?
Bucket.
Trade of 10
The
life.
glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
Bucket.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
I take the
I
bucket
think that
with
just
me.
holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Bucket.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Ooh, the lighting
All
works on
this
the
and
bucket
more
too.
awaits you in the Stanley Parable too.
Bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Bucket. Where's the exit? Over here? I think we've seen everything now. We take our bucket and we leave. Settings is open? I want to see the settings. I have my bucket now. I'm ready for anything. I've got a bucket. Don't think I can handle it? I've got the bucket. Imagine if I'd had the bucket in the infinite hole. Perfect experience. 10 out of 10. No. Let me in. I like the gentle noise of the bucket. Tink tink. You can't fight the Homestuck.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
No.
Ready to move on now?
No. I want to see the settings. I'm trying to trick you into opening the settings. Did that work? Ambient bucket noise, yes. I mean, sometimes you just need an ambient bucket noise in your life. No. Can I add this to Minecraft? Can I just add ambient bucket noises to Minecraft so that all the time when I'm walking around and I have a bucket in my inventory, it just makes noises? Minecraft put all his bucket. The door on the right, when you leave the setting area, maybe? The door on the right. On the first floor. That? No. Wait. That one? That one? No, because that's just the way up to something else. It's a way around. I don't think that did anything. Do you open? I have a bucket. Everything's fine. Bucket? Wait. Is that not a door? Wait. I think I've mixed up the doors. Maybe this is an actual door over there. No, because that goes into there. What the fuck? I have no idea. Hi, TK. I've got a bucket. It's my reassurance bucket. It keeps me comfort in this terrifying time. I'm leaving. I've got a bucket. That's all I can ask for. I hate that. I hate that.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I have a
yes, I know
bucket.
it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's
I did.
built
I
to
tried the
work.
settings several
There's
times.
definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Is it-
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Infinite hole again? Infinite hole again.
Are you ready? Here
Like
it
the
is.
menu?
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
To the hole. Can I go down there? I want to go in the hole.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
May I go?
Sort of, okay.
2 buckets.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
No, let me go in the hole.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel
Please.
good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Let me go into the hole. I want to go down
am
the
I kidding,
hole
Stanley?
again.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic
go
of
to
the
the hole
first
again.
game.
The infinite
I
hole
wanted
was
fans
fun.
to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
You're going to take my bucket from me?
Take a look.
Motherfucker. I want a bucket back. There's nothing new in these. Hi, Ami. Begin game. I would like a bucket, please.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company
Oh
in
my
a big
God.
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
They did
telling him
update
what buttons
things.
to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
The item that
This
appears
is
in
what
settings is
employee
very obvious when you
427
unlock
did
it. Okay.
every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Where's my bucket?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
May I have my
Something
bucket?
that would forever change Stanley.
Bucket, please.
Something he would never quite forget.
Bucket.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Where's the
Never in
bucket?
all his years at the company had this
Bucket,
happened.
please.
This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Yeah, there's no
Shocked,
bucket.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Give me the
But as he
bucket.
came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
No, where's the bucket? Where's the... So sad. Also, good luck, Ami, with cleaning. I like the bucket. You haven't seen a single gameplay of the Stanley Parable? Well, boy howdy, am I here to provide you with not the normal experience. Bucket? Bucket? I'm sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket? Can I fall? No, I shouldn't fall out the window right now. I want the bucket. Bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Perfect. I don't need anything else. Ambient bucket noises. I have a comfort bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Do we listen to him this time around, or do you guys think we should ignore him? Right, Door? If you do any of the OG endings with the bucket, you get different endings now. So the key to new content is the bucket. Perfect. Let's go absolutely buck
This was not
wild.
the correct way to the meeting room.
No.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes.
And here
Yes
it was.
and no.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yes, the bucket
Yes,
is correct.
Stanley thought to himself.
Yes.
Perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I love the bucket so much. Have a good
No,
lurk,
Never
Panthera.
mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket's never wrong.
Stanley
Shut up.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. Ill.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I love this. The collectibles are now spawned. I'm keeping an eye out for them. That's it. That's a mug. They're in set locations. Okay.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
We're
But Stanley
listening to
chose
the
not to
bucket.
think about
Over
this
Carol.
obvious
They're
fact.
in a bucket.
He was firmly convinced
Perfect.
that the bucket
Thank you,
had
T.
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes. Perfect. This game knows me. I listen to the bucket and the bucket only.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
That's not a dark room. Is it this dark? This isn't a dark room either. Also, blink. We go into the creepy dark room with the bucket.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Sus, it's scammers. Hello?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
I married the
Once
bucket.
upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Where's the bucket? Bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press C to take me to work with you. Yeah.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship.
It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Perfect. Press Y to take me back home with you. Yes.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if
Have a
he'll
good
listen
night,
to me.
NK. I go back to work with the bucket.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Bucket?
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
No,
That's it.
this
It
bucket is
doesn't
my
do
everything.
Anything else.
Narrator, don't listen to the loud man. Press U for us to go back home. Yes. Yes, bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
Bucket.
You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket.
Bucket.
This stupid hunk of metal.
Press P to ignore anyone in your life except for me. You got it, bucket.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press B to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press I to relive the same day with me over and over. Okay, bucket.
Oh my God, what am I saying?
Hi, bucket.
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some
Bucket.
need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press K to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home. Yes, bucket.
Oh no.
Is this the plot
having
of Sam
feelings
Bucket lore?
For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
Bucket.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Bucket?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Perfect.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Yes.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I want to go
Stanley
the
took
other
door on
path.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. I want to jump off of the lift.
Said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Bucket
lift,
ending
yes.
again and
Go
again.
there.
No.
Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to
Nope.
the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
I
It
could
should
go
have
down
alarmed
there.
him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nope. Come on, Bucket. We're going on an adventure.
No, stop.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
This is
I
not a
suppose
bucket.
That would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Sure.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
This is not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram
What?
of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Oh no. Yes? No? No, it's a code. So yes? No? What? I don't, is it a bucket? There's only one bucket. The bucket in your hands. No, I can't leave this platform. No.
Correct.
No!
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
If I say no again, it's gonna tell me, like, of course it's not a bucket. It's a... insert something that it could be a bucket, but we're pretending it's not a bucket because it's not the actual bucket. Yes or no? It is not a knot. Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
That's a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
How? How is it a bucket?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Look at the wheels on this bucket. This is chat logic. What is it? Is that a bucket or isn't it? No? No, it's not a bucket. It's a bucket? It's not a bucket. Clover says yes, it is one. Is it not one? I need more people. Is this a bucket? This is a bucket. I have a bucket in my hands. It's perfect and wonderful and definitely not. They're all soup. That's correct. Tractor's a bucket. Rust bucket. That is not a bucket.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around
It's a
here
bucket.
somewhere.
It's a bucket. Can I leave? Yes, it's a bucket. Oh my god, wait, chat, both. Chat. This is what you're voting on now. Chat, this is what you're voting on now. You are getting to pick wildly whether or not this is a bucket. What the fuck is happening? Bucket, I'm gonna wait for this poll to go. I don't know what I'm doing. What is happening? This is a fever dream. This is a fever dream. This game is a fever dream, and it's only gotten worse. And by worse, I mean better. How was it both? Yes, bucket.
Okay, you and I both know
It's a
isn't
bucket.
anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
It's
and
both.
therefore nothing could possibly be something.
What?
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Is nothing a bucket? Chad, is nothing a bucket? Is it a bucket? Is nothing a bucket? If I just keep answering yes, can I make him have a mental breakdown? Ziploc is an answer? The arrogant old things. This is my rat server game. You are a bucket? Am I simply a bucket? Are we all but buckets? A Ziploc bag is just a plastic bucket that can close. Houses are buckets. The world is a bucket. Is it soup? Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our
Is the
relationship
narrator a
apart.
bucket?
I
Is
can't
the
have
narrator
that.
a
I'm
bucket?
sorry.
Is the narrator a
I'm going to
bucket?
erase
Narrator's a
all
bucket.
buckets from the game
No,
entirely.
you're a bucket.
Okay, here we go.
No. No. No.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything's
Why
a
did everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait,
Everything's a
was
bucket.
everything a bucket?
Everything's a
Every
bucket.
single thing in the game was a bucket.
Everything's a bucket.
Oh, God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
You're also
and
a
you,
bucket.
Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
I don't know
Oh,
what
this
I
is
am.
wonderful news. We're not buckets.
No, I'm a bucket.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease.
Nope,
right
I'm a
now.
bucket.
It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
May I have my
So,
bucket again?
Tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Thank you.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But
Yeah.
if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Okay.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Bucket isn't a real word anymore. What are you talking about? It's a very real word. Soup. Bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I wanna... Ooh, there we go.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now,
Okay.
and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
What
not
brow?
since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
I want the bucket again.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's a different phrase.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? 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 What?
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Why'd it do pink? I did stand on that desk at one point, but this is different. This is now like, there's something on there. 'Cause it's got something special going on. So it's been confirmed that the bucket is a higher being that has witnessed countless wars, and as such, the bucket is the answer. True.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We've done a lot of that side. We could do the one where we follow it, go all the way up, and then instead of answering the phone, we unplug it. Let's do that one.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
My brain just associated the bucket with the weight. I think the bucket is the new cult.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
I think the narrator is the
Can't
bucket.
you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously.
Then
Where did I
there's
mess
the
up
bucket.
the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch.
Yes.
Yes, there is. It's
Perfect.
sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Show me this instructional video.
What is comedic timing?
Wonderful.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
I don't think
And
that's
more
what I need it
importantly,
for.
Can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
No.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
Okay.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh,
Never
in
done
all
that.
likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
What?
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
No, I refuse. No, I'm not going to do it.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, where each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme. Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it.
Oh, they
This
put
time,
this on
I'm
so you
really
can't
going to
jump
nail
off.
the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
Okay.
The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I don't know what to say. Okay.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
The urge to go through the left door. Because he needs me to go through the right one now in order to do this, because we have to follow that path again. But if I go through the left door...
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the
it's
right.
not going to do anything
leading
new. Okay.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
Yep.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think
The worst.
I need to go back and rewatch
No,
that
I don't want to
instructional
watch it
video
again.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
No. I don't want to watch it again.
Stanley, you
What?
love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in
Did
love
I
with the
find the
bucket you
end?
are. No? Still not? Is it a delivery?
I found the end.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's
Pale.
another word to describe a bucket?
Pale.
Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this.
I found the end of the game.
Jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
I don't
One
think
will
that's
make
what
me
it
the
is.
king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
That's not how it works, my guy. No, please no. So I found the end of the game. What?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
The end is never the end, as 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 never the end.
Yeah, I was gonna look at the input computer again, because it's this one. See, now it has nothing on it. What happened? Bucket, come with me.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again.
Why?
Not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
Why? We need to do 5 more endings? 3 more endings? It's over here. The computer moved. It was at 419 and it's at this one now. Which means that it could be at 422 next time. Or it could be at 434. Why? Where do I go with this?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We've done a whole bunch of the right side stuff. Let's go to the left.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yep.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
What if I give it the bucket?
Your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Excuse you?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
I've shared
That your
so
life
much
is
life with
so
this bucket.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I'd like to point out that the game has just done an exclamation point icy to all of us.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Yes!
Now it's settled.
It's
no
mine.
more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
My bucket now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley and the bucket walked downstairs away from the boss's office.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
No
only the
reward.
intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
Can't
so,
buy
I
happiness.
implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Stanley and the bucket went into the
But
basement.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley.
Plant.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but
How?
said nothing at all.
How can he
That's
return my
strange, Stanley
gaze?
thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No!
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
My
without the
bucket.
psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh,
gracious,"
God.
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful.
What?
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What? What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
What?
She rose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
I'm bucketless.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
What?
And she backflipped all the way to work.
And everyone clapped. Good night, T. Have good sleep. No, what has happened?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
The office is wrong.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No computer. We're not done with the run then. Okay, so we haven't truly found an ending yet. We're... Oh god, okay. A large room with lots of boxes. Okay, I think I know where 5 and 6... There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies, who are you? 666 lol. Okay, I've taken a screenshot so I can reference that list. No. Let's go
Coming to
up
a
here.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, wait. Yes.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about
Stanlerines?
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down
2845.
into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think?
Figlies!
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1?
Figly.
Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Figly. Okay, I guess we see this through to the end. Do we go for freedom with the bucket?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Some say the ducks went to Canada. That's true.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I have the ducks. Clover has taken the ducks. We could try to escape with the bucket. I want to escape with the bucket. I want to take the bucket. I want to leave.
This passageway had the word escape written on it. The
I
truth
took
was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I don't believe you.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I don't believe you.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
For each of them? That's probably fine.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
But I love the bucket.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
What?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. A cavernous void, but through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you in the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. A photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from the exposure to this many buckets at once. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's not a bucket. 9. There's several not buckets up in this corner. I like the office chair. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. There are at least 5. I will say that. Was there a string there? Oh, there's a bucket up there. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. Okay. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. I can read. Is this the hole? Can I jump into this? Should I jump into this? I kind of want to jump into that, but also I kind of want to go check the other stairs really quick, and then I want to jump into the hole because I think it might be the hole. And I really liked that bit of the game where I was in the hole and it let me change my perception a whole bunch. I miss it. I want to look at this first. The stress bucket. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance go in. Stress equals the water level in the bucket. Vulnerability equals the size and the strength of the bucket. Coping strategies are holes. Rest, relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest, relaxation. Presented without commentary. We jump into the hole. We go through the infinite hole. Anna's snoring so loudly. It's so funny. I click the bucket without thinking.
But there is something we can do.
What?
Something we can do together,
What?
you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What? What?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets.
Excuse me.
From their treatment as tools and implements, if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
Okay, you know what? I did it. I'll take it. It's fine. I want to see what happens next. You're not worthy of the bucket. The bucket is everything we know and love. The bucket is all. Oh, normal office.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
What about the bucket? There's no input. Computer. No, the computer.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
None of the computers have the input window. Weird. Weird. Okay. The bucket is a
Stanley
metaphor
clutched
for
the bucket
society.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'll do it this way. I think I know where the red and blue area is. I don't know about number 2. Because we found the last 2. Let's go upstairs again.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yep. 2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket...
Yes, we're emotionally attached to the bucket.
Yes, this is certainly the
I forgot my best friend's birthday. Oh no. Listen, I also have a bad memory, so sometimes I've forgotten people's birthdays. No, it's okay, Blossom. Sometimes it happens. The human brain is the human brain. I never remember what day it is, so.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yep.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
A large room with a ton of boxes.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
I think I'll write today's date on my whiteboard really big. That can help.
I'd never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yep, everything's fine. It's okay, Bucket. We got you.
Was the bucket under the mind control
Pirate
facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Is the bucket being
These
mind
questions
controlled?
raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
With the crane? I think it's either down in that
He
room.
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Along a
Squeezed the
path
bucket
that we
tighter.
don't take
His
the
one
bucket on.
friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is all.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Oh,
the bucket
nice.
made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Good, 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 good. Okay, but what if I turn the system on? What if I turn the system on?
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Bucket's evil.
Stanley gasped in horror.
Bucket's evil. Bucket
Had
betrayed
this been
us.
the bucket's plan all along? To take over the
Bucket's
machine
evil.
and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Silly bird.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't under any mind control. It's fine. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
None of these computers are ready. I'm not going to take the bucket this time. Because I need to go one of the places
Stanley
over
came
here.
to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
What?
I mean, truly...
What?
Truly, deeply, madly, love.
No.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You're getting close now,
Stanley.
Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon,
Figler
you'll
Anlarines.
collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
That's ominous. Let's go through there.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
There might have been a way
Good
down.
job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
But also, this works out in my favor because I need to go back up here anyways.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Excuse me, video game. I've never wanted to pick up the bucket as much as I do right now. Every computer screen is just the repeated, the end is never, the end is never.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yep.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
No, I'm a bucket. Balloons are in the communities. They
But
are.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope, we're going back over here. So the red and blue spot that I think it is
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
through
years
there.
ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
It's okay,
I'm not
buckets
your
bleed
enemy,
too.
really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Someone you've forgotten about?
No, I don't care about my
Please.
wife.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To
Nope.
show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this.
Stiggly
moment, Stanley.
Wiggly?
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Stanley figurine
I would
is so
tell you that
sad.
I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So
It's like a
instead, I'll
reward.
just say it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
So I think now if we go back to like the
Now listen
prequel
carefully,
or the
this is
sequel
important.
thing,
Stanley walked through the red door.
let's go through the door. It will
Oh, thank
do.
God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have
we'll
wanted
get
you
the
to be
achievement
happy all
now.
this time? The problem is all these choices. The
I'm
two of us
going in
always
a
trying to get
circle.
somewhere that isn't here.
I'm going in a
Running and
circle.
running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
Hi,
Here,
Chris.
let me
You're
show
excited for
you.
tomorrow? I can't wait. Ooh, darkness.
What do we want?
What is
What are
happening?
we looking for?
What?
Here. Yes.
Oh.
It's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Chris, that's not something to like. Whoa, but why is this so pretty? What's it doing? Hold on. What? Oh, they're gone. Green. What is happening in here? All soup opinions are valid though, Chris. Are they gonna go up? Are they just gonna spin? Hold on. Okay. Whoop. Oh, there's red ones now. Pink ones? What the? I mean, there is a doorway that we're theoretically supposed to go through, but also, like, nice fairy cloud. Very nice. What a pretty shaders pack. Yes, these are the best shaders. Perfect. Wonderful. It's just more of these. Does it ever end? What does? No, I hate it. Why are you ending? I don't want it to end. I want to eat it. I want to eat the lights. They do look like cotton candy. I think that's why I want to consume them. Where have all the stars gone? Oh my god. Okay, wait, we need, I can't sit here. We can't do this.
No,
okay.
wait. Where are you going?
Back rooms. Ooh,
Oh,
stairs.
no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll
Okay.
lose all of this.
Okay. I just won't die.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
What if I just...
No!
Oh.
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
No. Nope.
No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
We must suffer together.
Stanley, let's
I
go
go
back
slower
to the other room.
each time.
Can you do that for me?
Nope.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
I have no
Would you
bucket.
throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I have
You
no
are literally
bucket.
willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
I have no
Am I
bucket.
reading the situation
I
correctly?
have no bucket. I require the bucket.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to
No
ask.
happiness for the narrator. Everybody
You wanted
else
to
is
make a
gonna
choice
cry.
after all. Well, this one is yours.
Yes, this is definitely trigger warning if this content is... there are some content warnings throughout this. Most of it is like derealization. Again, this is a fictional game and not
Is it
real.
over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Why did my brain go back to the Back in Time song from Back to the Future? Bucket.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. I guess. Going back to L. Let's go. Yes. There's stuff missing. Interesting.
Ah, here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yeah, this game is weird. Yeah,
and here
no.
was a second Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third
Bathroom.
mini Stan? Can you remember?
No, it's the bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in
9.
the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
That's not true. The back bathrooms.
Let's see, what came next?
This isn't right.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No.
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Apple.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact,
Apple.
because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
It's 2008, baby. That iMovie or Windows Movie Maker. Oh my god, it could be both.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Why is it 2? It's 12.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
What?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
13 divided by 6 equals 2? No. You're correct, that is a no.
Okay, yes. The room with the
Wait.
red and blue doors. I remember this.
13.
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
How many times do you think I'll collect all the figurines?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I love that video.
Okay, the apple room scares me.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Oh, okay. Wait, I definitely... Because this would have been the boss's room one. I found that in the back room.
Done. You know, if
16.
there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I love the narrator so much. I miss the bucket, though.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
Yes.
I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
Oh.
Keep going.
Oh. Narrator.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What? Figgly Wiggly Piggly Miggly?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
I can't wait for Vodminty to see
Time
this.
does put a rosy filter on everything.
I
In
can't
fact,
jump.
I
There's
dare
no...
say I'm actually quite
there's
fond of it
0.
now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
This is the game.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
What? Hi, Vodminty,
Yes,
you are cool.
I'm
And hello,
remembering
Curly Minty.
something
So
now.
true. Figgly
I
Wiggly Piggly
remember before
Piggly.
this whole story got started. Back then, I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
What?
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm suspicious.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
So, do we listen to the random whiteboard? Stop taking bucket heavy? No, I'm gonna take the bucket, except... No, I want to do it. Reboot the game entirely. Entirely. Oh, hold on. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you go back to the video game now. Cheshire Cat is cryy. No. What if I do it again? Sorry, I can't resist it. Game said do this. I kind of just want to do it. My favorite time is 7:07. Favorite time is 7:48. So we've agreed 7. Let's not do 7 a.m. Let's do 7 p.m. I like 7. I like 7-11. It's just a fun number. Ah, 7:11 p.m. Your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? No, I gave you my favorite. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 7-11 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 7-11? Inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. We're restarting the game again. We're setting... Well, maybe this is how you get the settings world champion. 7-Eleven is your dad. It's also one of my favorite times. It's just a good time of day. Why cry? Oh, Minty is very, very much... Vod Minty is going to have a lot of fun with this one. Wait. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Friend. Best friend. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Ooh. What? That's technically the number 9. Is there another 9? There is another 9. This is 9. That's 9. That's 9. But this, it said until. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Okay. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrumptious? I like scrumptious. It's just good mouth sounds. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yeah, yes. What is time anyway? Oh god. No. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes? Help? Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. We're gonna go back to visit him. We're going back and visiting him. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. There's an achievement for not playing the game for 5 years. There's an achievement in this version for not playing for 10 years. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. I'm streaming right now. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. There's an epilogue. You guys can't see it? There's an epilogue. Many, many years later. Yeah, this was... What is happening? You take the moon, and you take the moon, and you take the moon, and you take the moon. You remove it. There's a generator in here. Oh, it's so eerie. Oh, it's so eerie. Cookie Nine's blog. Review, The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Where the first game teamed with its originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for, an infinitely deep hole, who cares, where are the new endings, what about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve. What else have they reviewed? Snraff 3, Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Sorry, I haven't been blogging too much. So theoretically, I think the implication is that this was posted in April 2027. Cat Dog Born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Nice. I flirted with the moon in my D&D session today. That's never a good idea. I hit the buttons. Jim. Jim. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable 2 launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that the Stanley Parable is just what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that the players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Lowest aggregate review scores in video game history. Get on the green. I fucking hate Jim. He is an asshole. Jim. Why are there... What? I want them. Can I have them? $26. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Ooh. Oh. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in this game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for a game. Stanley Parable 3. A door to a game of quarterly Saturday night employee of the Stanley's Tiny train station pantry stapler telephone spiders coworker. A game of spiders. A door to spiders. Employee of the spiders. Sorry, I just keep putting spiders everywhere. Stanley's tiny coworker. Saturday night coworker. Quarterly coworker. A game of coworker. A game of telephone. Floor to stapler. I can't do that. There's no floor. Train station stapler. Saturday night stapler. Saturday night stapler. Saturday night stapler it is. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like more work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Why? If I say no, you'll get sad. If I say yes, it'll be absurd. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
I think we have to go get the achievement.
Oh, new content?
Yep.
What does that mean, new content?
We're gonna go get the achievement.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a
Please jumps.
reimagining of the
Yes.
game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
It's fine, narrator. It's fine, narrator. Don't think about it too hard,
Hold
narrator.
on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
No, you
I
could
don't
show me
remember doing
again.
that at all.
We should
You're
go
seeing
there.
Things all out of order.
No!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
No, the giant door. Did you see them already?
No, I want to go back to the
Stanley,
infinite
none of them are ready yet.
hole.
I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they
Great. I want
Were
to
they
go
exciting?
back.
Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be?
Oh, definitely
Have I
not.
figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Nope. Nope.
Wait. If you're still carrying the bucket around with you,
Mm-hmm.
if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly.
No, I just like the bucket.
You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The
No.
bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
The gamers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
They're
go to the
dead.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What if I go without the bucket? Yes, Expo Hall. We're going. We're going. We're going. We're going. We're going. This is the most important thing in the world to me right now. We're going. I want to get that achievement. We're getting that achievement. That's how I end this. I get that achievement. and then I tell you the percentage of people that have played this game that have gotten that achievement right now.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version
Absolutely
has turned out to
disappointing.
be.
There's just
The original
nothing in it.
Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Okay.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Let's go.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Thanks for attending my
so many
meeting.
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
Yeah.
It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I get the bucket. Bucket. Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
This is honestly
You see,
the
Stanley,
cornerstone of the
anytime
game.
You're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
I want the
As you hold
bucket
on to
there.
the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the
Yeah, we can do the
gentle
hole
embrace of
again.
jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Nah.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket.
Can you feel it?
Yep.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Maybe I do
I
understand
think that just
Sam
holding
Bucket.
it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I think I understand Sam
The
Bucket
benefits of
now.
the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Do you think Sam Bucket accidentally stole his lore from this?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Achievement. Achievement. Bucket. Bucket.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement... As you can see, the machine is not working yet.
I got the achievement.
Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
I got the achievement.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I
I
didn't do
fixed
anything
it.
to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
I did
Who
this.
fixed it? Is someone here? Oh, God. Composure. Composure.
Bucket?
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Before we go look at the hole really quick, I do want to open up my Steam. Not close my Steam. Open my Steam. 15.6% of players have that achievement. only 15.6. The other rarest achievements, I believe, are commitment, which is play the Stanley Parable for an entire duration of a Tuesday, and then super go outside, don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Commitment only has a 0.1% completed and 2.1% for super go outside. There is a third one, which has a 6.2% completion, which is speed run. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times, which is pretty achievable. You do have to be pretty, like, swift, but it is actually achievable. But we go back to the hole. We go to the hole. I wish to see the hole. I have my bucket. I wish to go see the hole. The hole is my favorite exhibit. And after we see this,
Stanley,
after we go
here's
through
an
some
idea that I'm truly
chaos.
fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
A hole?
This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling.
After this, we'll end stream.
End of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Mm-hmm.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole,
no, I'm
you can
good.
press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No, I'm good. This is fun. I have a bucket.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No, I'm good. Thanks, though, narrator.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a very, very deep hole?
Mm-hmm.
To be certain it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's an extremely deep hole.
Yes.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
No.
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
Look,
From
here's the
one
bottom.
perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Yay!
You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
I'm very
Look,
clever, yes.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I'm not the problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
No, I
Why
meant
don't
everything.
We just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
No,
if that works
it's
for
finite.
You, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole, and we can move on.
But that's
I'll
okay.
just be up here when you're ready.
Because I wish to
Great.
fall again.
Now, I'm very... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
The movie with Shia LaBeouf?
Would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever.
That
till
is
the
a
end of
good
time.
movie.
Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
Meeting.
Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Had enough?
Yep.
I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
How is this still appealing to you?
Yes.
I know you're obsessed with holes,
Perfect.
but at this depth, I just can't
Wonderful.
see this scratching the itch. Oh,
I wish to go into
who
the
am I to
void
judge?
again.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the
Vibe.
teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I am so ready. Oh wait, I can't.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Nope.
You sure?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
That's fair.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Perfect. Wonderful. Delightful. Now, Hole, I think we should go on an adventure through space and time and reality. What do you say? Do you agree? Because I think it could be fun. Perfect. Glad we're in agreement about this. Let's go. Change your perspective. The bucket is with us this time.
Stanley!
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
I was having
You don't
such a
want to
great
miss
time.
a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
And it's on that disappointing note of him waking up us up from the dream of that awesome place that we end stream, because it's ending stream time. But yeah, that was a good game. I like that game a lot. I mean, I've liked the Stanley Parable for a very long time, so I mean, it's always been fun. It's been a very good game. I like that game very, 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 very much. But it is time for me to go away so you guys can, like, have a good rest of your time zone. But thank you guys very much for coming and hanging out with me. Next stream will be on Sunday, like normal, to play hardcore Minecraft, where we actually finish the storage system, and we'll probably spend the entirety of stream going just a little bit crazy, and also, sorting things. But thank you guys very much for coming and hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys very much. Take care of yourselves, drink water, eat food, do all the things you gotta do to take care of yourself. This includes meds. This is your reminder to take your meds if you haven't, or put them in a place you'll find them tomorrow morning. But yeah, that's it for me today. I will see you guys in the next stream, and until then, take care of yourselves. Goodbye!
Comfort Bucket. Trato 10 Love.